So let's see if I know this is monitored. Hmm. MK Ultra program for years. I knew this because my head was radiating. The MK Ultra triggers psychological thoughts, and in England, for example, it goes back since I was a kid, more to date. And it's interesting what I find out, being in this area for years, and ever since my kids were little, growing up. Luciferian links to Freemasons and the occult. And what I found out by a certain individual lives opposite me, because how sick and demonic they use this weather phenomena today in England, in my area, outside the Slope area. It turns out the gutting, the perpetrators go that far to stuff it full of leaves, to block it completely with mud and leaves overnight. Leave an alcohol can of beer outside at 5 o'clock today, Wednesday, 28th of the 7th, 2021. I've got a photo of it and video. I haven't uploaded the video as I arrived home, haven't had time. And so, of course, the plan was, before it got dark, was to try and clear it, because if there's more rain, it will flood back in again into the carpets. Now, as I rent this flat all these years, the guy that lives at flat 2, Stuart, he was a lorry driver years ago. He used to work and run the lorry business. And he used to work, we used sex workers, individuals that wanted to work in the industry, and the street girls. And there's a pub opposite called the Welcome Pub. Turns out, I don't, half truths. You've got to be careful of perpetrators and gaslighters, because we say half truths. Anyway, they implied a conversation I've got recorded for my own protection. Certain I shall replay it and make some notes. But I've noticed people who's had conversations and they gain information. So the Freemasonry, I've just got a website I'm just looking up. A guy in Germany who set his blog up years ago. And it is true, the demonic side of life, unfortunately, it is heavily linked into the occult, the Druids, and further than that. And then it links into lodges, Freemason lodges, and it is all connected. So I don't know who I must have pissed off years ago, because I used to be married to one nasty Freemason, my ex-husband, years ago. The links to him and a couple of nasty people I met, but over the years, when I used to travel to London, a lot of them I met, especially in their public role, were fine with me and I with them. But when I got out mixing with them because of their certain habits, shall I say, of an adult nature, I kept away from it all. And when I ended up moving where I am, did I know that Stuart moved here, that he lived here? So he is the key behind all this around here. I'm blocking all access to repairs. Since he got his hands in the door, his foot in the door, the local lodges and a certain degree of Freemasons within the public sector side, public servants, the police, etc. He lied. He got information about me and spread it around the area, and especially in housing. That's why I'm being blocked all these years, and it's just spread. So yeah, and they blocked the internet anyway, so I'm used to that, definitely. Communications is completely blocked in this format. Anyway, I just thought I'd screen share this website. You can research your own pleasure, read up. It might help those. It's always my channel, well, it's always me and this area that gets monitored 20 hours a day. Rerouted internet connections elsewhere.
So, heute ist Mittwoch, der 28. Juli 2021. 1953, live aus dem Stasi-Cup 3054 Einbeck. Für diejenigen, die mich kennen, kurz Introduktion. Mein Name ist Adrian Lachstetter, das ist der bürgerliche Name meiner Person, die dem Vatikan gehört, der Firma Bundesrepublik Deutschland gehört, dann letzten Endes irgendwann dem Vatikan, sich in See- und Handelsrecht befindet, mit der ich nichts mehr zu tun haben will. Deswegen nenne ich mich überall Adrian aus der Familie Milosevic oder Hey, from the Family Milosevic. Ich bin Projekt Monarch, später Sexsklaven, Mind-Control-Opfer, Stasi-Versetzungsopfer. Der BND macht genau das Gleiche, es wird einfach nur mit Körperimplantaten ergänzt, also man kann die Leute jederzeit orten. Wie eine Ziel
Wow. So let me play this conversation. Here the perk comes.
Right, yeah, so it's done now. So basically what it is, these taping. No, because, well, I don't know, it could be, I don't know, they just look at it, because that bit there has come away. Yeah, so when it overflows, it comes in. Look at the end of that. You have to get it, and not what it is. I'm always on my It was, because it's a public health and safety for all this monk.
All those leaves come down.
Well, look at that side, they haven't cleaned your side,
No,
they haven't bothered my side, and they shouldn't be up there like all this time.
no.
So,
Why
because,
is this up there, isn't it?
yeah, they, like Stuart says, that they shouldn't be like that. You know what the housing's like, they never do anything. And basically,
I mean, it's dangerous for people who are.
you know, the Countrywide is a company that we pay rent for,
Yeah.
the company to do the gardening.
Yeah.
When was that bit done now?
It hasn't, no.
It's always this side. And when you go round to 116, it's worse. The
I
actual,
know that because look, you can see by my windows there, it's all drying up
Yeah.
underneath.
Yeah.
Halfway up, you can't see it anyway.
you're paying rent, so you should be able to, it's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they really need a good clean. And these radiators, I mean not radiators, these, it's gone green instead of black in it.
Yeah.
So what they need to invest in, first of all, is to stop that flooding again. You see where that little brick has come out, the brickwork at the bottom.
Yeah, that needs slightly raising.
The gardeners never come this area to clear out the pathway. And during winter, when it snows, I've always got this on me, which I've had a shovel and a brush, to push the snow out of the way for access. Because they always have to have this lawfully cleared 24 hours a day. So I think anyone like me, or less frail, say if anyone has had accident, yeah, have
Like
this
a
safety.
situation.
Yeah. Now they've got a new camera, I warn you now, they've got a new camera around the corner
Yeah.
and the archway. I'm not going to constantly be on camera like that. So if I want to access this area, I should be able to. Point being is, that little group, right,
That is,
Yeah.
And
and you see the screws,
some of it.
it has the structure. And basically, see the screws, I don't know who the hell could have run down the screws. But that's the wear and tear. It's plastic, isn't it? Yeah, it's plastic. So, yeah. So basically, it's caused the carpet. So you might still find.
You knew this was going to happen.
What's your mates of everything in case they can't fit it?
There's woodland, and
Yeah.
they only go in damp. So
That's right.
they die if it's dry.
Yeah.
Where it's dry, they die.
Yeah.
Damp, they dry and damp.
This is happening.
So if it comes in, the cleaners are responsible for this area. So if they see that, well, I'm going to keep a diary of it.
They should be
Yeah.
shouldn't
And they need to come out and
they?
sort that out. Yeah, because this glass, you see that's never been fixed. Stuart's block, anything at that gets fixed. Our block, it was an ask to get sorted. Anything to be done like this, never gets done.
We're took 6 months to got a new toilet in that and toilet seat. We've already fixed right to do as well.
Well,
It's all had to unscrew and
Yeah.
screw it. It's kept moving.
my wet room, behind here, 2017, they haven't done, they will not repair it because they're trying to push it down the flat 10 years. They haven't repaired the floor. In summer 2017, they could have done it.
Today, though.
They only did that because they wanted me up flat. Now,
No, that's nice to see that.
Yeah.
Wrong.
I've got care, right? So, my situation, everything I negotiated since 2018 up until 2019 with former public servants opposite in the building where we are, behind us, they failed to do certain things. The housing, they're blaming me for everything. So that's exactly. So, in a nutshell, I'm safe in my home if they did the job right. Now, they're using it as public housing first.
That's wrong.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Because I'm paying rent, so sheets are everywhere. Sheets are safely put in. It's not a bathroom, it's a wet room. It's rotten floor. It's completely rotten. I've got my big medical equipment on top, balance and safe. So it's all done. It has to be safe. But it's not like a flat. It's not like a flat.
It's half is rusting and rotting
Yeah.
away.
The way it should have been built, long story short, they won't repair it unless I move out. But hold on, now the coronavirus, I'm not going to move out anyway with waiting jar. I'm like,
What's going to
yeah, that's what they're trying to work with. In 2019. I know, so I said,
You're able to look out yourself in a proper
yeah.
place environment.
Let's go around the corner. I said, I'll move there so you could get you guys to do the job for 2 weeks. No, you didn't want to do that. No. So long story short, everything they do around here to make it impossible to live in. Yeah? So whether it's this, whether it's that outside, and you can see why, because I had to tell Essex Scaffolding Company.
That's right there. It's not working.
Every single thing, anyone in my situation around here, they don't want the responsibility. And you see where nothing is accessible to save the people. So if you're used that design, I won't use that. If it's fire, if that is line, the tables won't be there. Well, I said to them ages ago, what the hell am I meant to do? You know this thing here, above my door? I had ages to sort that out. I said, no, that, see how good it is? I have to have that taken off and I have to take it traffic on some water. So when I come in, I can come in okay, but when it's not too bad at that, but this way, when I can manage, I'll be able to do it. Do you know what he's connected to? Stuart, I've known him for 20 odd years. Go on. over. You know, the bloody police, right? Certain police people I know in my town for years, I know about, there's a little push car. It never used to be like that. It used to be a different, it isn't weird. He's been otherwise, he's always been, I don't give a straight what he does.
Well, who cares?
I don't give a straight, but when he is,
You get a lot of lorry drivers.
you know, town, you know what he wrote.
Also, I love that.
When I used to go to high school, when I was able bodied, I used to be in the adult industry years ago as a model, right?
Yeah.
All legit. I don't give a shit what people think about me. I can't know because they were coming to me for massage. Yeah? You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I refuse.
Yes.
You know what I mean? What they want
You
to.
naughty
And
boys.
because of that, they put me on the list to target me gaslighting. You know what gaslighting
Years
is?
ago.
They want to set you up.
I refuse certain things.
About, you know, to see a picture. No, it changes.
Target me.
Yeah.
So I put myself to myself. I do not know Stuart is here when I'm moving.
I'm more recognized.
Everyone moving.
He used to be a resident on my boat. I've had three, I've lost in my life. I've had three others.
You know this boy, you're street boy, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
But I never had the problem.
Because even the favour they do, favour.
You leave them alone.
They do.
They always do.
This is it. I've had no problems running with the police, but because of Stuart,
Run by Freemasons.
these make them this certain cheaper.
I know.
Yeah?
And he's always there. He's always there.
Yeah. These are one, that's the tomorrow's head. These people have made connections with Freemasons. I've got nothing against them. You want to be a Freemason or whatever you want to do, it's your business. But Delving too, my actually nice.
Did I show him? I've got my friend who was the president of the Freemasons Lodge.
Yeah, I can manage you.
And he was president of they have Serenity Lodge.
Yeah.
And I've got a huge thing.
Yeah. I've got enough against people like you that don't want to be like that.
If she shows him that, I've got
Because he's in the palm hand of them, mixing them. He thinks we can get them. So he's paranoid about me to house it. They're kept because they will do what they're told because he's high up now through it in Freemason lodges, right? With the others. So they block everything. No, don't do anything for us. And so he's fertilized. She told me what to
Years and years and years.
I don't care.
Stalking and gaslighting and culture.
But she told me what Stuart's running around about me. She's going to move in really. And she absolutely told me everything I already knew anyway. I didn't give a shit. But the thing is, when it sets me blocking, getting answers so as I need.
Normally they're
Well,
help people, not to.
it's those at the top, with money.
I've been to great in the time. Oh,
Yeah. It's nice.
you go back in the palace.
Yeah.
Back in the house.
I used to go to the judges' parties after event. I used to go to all sorts of places in London. And I don't wonder what it's going to. But these things were really nice.
It was all connections.
But there's that industry and the media and TV radio. Stuart and I thought the fact that I ended up in a wheelchair, disabled, got run over, 2009, ended up in an air, get run over. So over the years, my parents, the old ones I had, he kept moaning about them. Shopping club from school and all work. Little things he would moan about. And the old lady that used to live there, load of shit that she had to put up with by year. And she had to do what he wanted. He wanted to play. Stuart was if he doesn't want a certain individual in, he won't have it. You know, number 3, the young girl, a visitor, she called in to this program because she don't care. And so he will get the about you, about anybody around here before even you might not know about it. You told something about me, or just keep an eye on her,
Torture, the energy.
some people don't ever make out that you're like lost from, you know, and to imply that someone has their mental competence, their mental instability. And all this stuff, in your face,
No.
yeah, great. You know, the big words that I don't use. And so I think I don't have the capacity to make me into this now. It's a stir up to get me up the flat, to get me into chairs, and it's all because of Stuart all these years I've been there. And I knew him when I was It's Stuart. The original Stuart I knew was Tom. Was Arena.
I remember him using like and I think it's actually.
The manipulation. Manipulation.
Who was it? I remember that
You
you
used to
were.
go barking through.
Yes.
Yes.
And he used to tell the police
That's it.
that he was always in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly.
I used
Yeah,
to
I
campaign
realised
for the sex workers because of the pins, right? They were abusing them. Yes.
My friend comes.
Exactly. And I was trying to help them, didn't realise, naive then, that pins were behind it. Some of them,
Not the one that
but some I did realise.
The military controls our minds.
It was months ago. And it's up to them what they want to do. But when I got to know Stuart, because I worked with something 2 years ago when I was a young girl, but over the years, and Stuart started to manipulate the owners of Five Star and Welly Road, why he used to live down that way. And then when he started, and we sold the pub years later, we ended up having to move my estate in all that got broken into. These were lovely break the girl. And I found this place. Did I know he was there? No. Was I raising? That was when I was I'm sorry, I'm talking out of this. Just because you got an 85-grand car, doesn't mean nothing. You say all your you know certain people, I know certain people. I've done a lot of people what they really get up to, but you know
I know most people, I know some.
you don't that.
I'm still in the right time now.
Just because I can't change my bloody hair, and I can't change who I am.
That's one thing you don't do is drive.
No, you don't. I've never done that.
I told you about I would have to. I would only now, mental health problems and stuff like that. I wouldn't drive that never.
Because everyone else trying to get online, and everyone's just trying to like do what they're going to do, really do. It's everything. But when they certain influences lost my white friends, and lawfully, well that's what I'm going to do. I can easily name the same everything about Stuart, but I would do.
I know a lot of that. You like it.
I wouldn't do it. I know time will come. He thinks he's fit for
What
it
goes around comes around.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's a friend of mine whom I've known 30 odd years, managing on this school here.
I know.
She's still page 3 there. And no lie, with page 3
She ended up being a magistrate, did you know that?
Not magistrate, usher.
That's different.
I know Judge Ray.
Wow.
I know Judge Ray.
You see, Mandy, she was like, was it 2020? And I was struggling to get my medication, right? Because she's trying to like portray it be innocent, and so like proper.
She hasn't had
Mandy, my neighbour, used to be a page 3 model. She fell out with her dad years ago. They're lonely people, you know.
In her own way, yeah. The people she mixes with. Yeah.
It's always the people they mix with.
You have to mix with certain people to get on in life.
Yeah, well,
That's what people think.
not the moment.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
lonely is a terrible thing.
That's
when
it.
you get older.
It's it. You've got to do what you've
And
got to
I appreciate it. It must be a bit of a fulfilling, you know, it must be.
Psychologically, you know what works? You can do open meditation. You know, number 11, you do my.
Feed, season the minds of
He's
stalkers.
natural health. He does psychological, subconscious meditation.
But they don't know much about them.
No, number 11 is the top floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know,
And another stalker, Curtly. His dad's still alive. He's had a hard life himself.
Oh, bless him.
They don't get on. They look a lot like each other.
Kurt was in the army, wasn't he? Yeah.
And his dad, his dad was a very lovely guy. He used to have a brother where he's very good at what he did. He was still fit.
These stalkers are used.
He's building all these stores all about.
They've had trauma in their
Yeah.
lives.
Now it's $9,000.
Good personality, strong.
He's got a very strong personality.
Yeah. And the Irish, he's got an Irish as well, isn't he? Right. Because years ago, I think Kurt was really helpful years ago, right, for me. And I don't have to pronounce him before, because he's always been very helpful. It came from that one time.
Yeah, that's what you were just me.
Yeah. And unfortunately, years ago, he had a rundown and drinking food and all that.
Well, I probably had half his sons before he didn't drink about.
But before you were on the thing here.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones on church. That is
So you didn't know Kurt as a young man? Yeah, so the old drinking and the old habit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah. Amazing. My mum passed away.
King's Acre.
Wow.
Kurt, the stalker's dad, lived in King's Acre.
Lovely for you to have, and you have really. Yeah.
God bless.
You know, a good woman, you know, carpenter, do my floor, I'll have a look at it and give me a pipe. And then, oh, yeah.
I'm back from
this. See what they don't do. Which is why. I will not let any new flooring down because of the way they come down. See that floor? This is what they don't do. They left it like that since 2007.
His dirt is perked today.
See how often it is. And all they should have done is just replace that, but 2017 got worse.
He's a good actor.
No, it's my fault. So I know. I offered to make all my letters.
It's all my rattling.
So everything that really is to me, it's
But I mean, that's right. Because supposing you wanted to put straw in there,
yes,
you'd have to have somebody who knows all that.
because of the medical equipment in the line, and the company won't me my email to think I've done some stuff with my equipment. So I said, right, because of my, they know what my needs are, because I got reports and housing records.
Yeah.
So I said, all you should have done is originally they were just going to lift up the screws, on the door and redo it. But then they found it's a bigger issue.
And what was the bigger issue?
Then they said, oh, we have to do the timing. We have to take the toilet out. We have to take the sink out. Oh,
How long does that take?
and then they said, so we first to do the whole new wet room. You need to move that. So where am I meant to move to? Oh, go into a care room. Hold on, that affects my benefit. Yeah? Yeah? I said, no, I'll go to the hotel around the corner to do it. Then what I done there? It wasn't. They said, we can't get in and I don't get up and about till about 11 in the morning. So, of course, I said, I've got no people wrong there. They were leaving cars out for a day, my bloody door, so I went in. You wouldn't believe how much cars to do.
They've done that. Normally, they are about 4 o'clock after, and then they say, oh, we will make jobs after that now, and blah, blah, blah.
I actually saw what was in there in the lounge behind. In my house, anyone come and say if you're doing your job for the gas bill or whatever, they receive it and say, oh my God, just for you living. It's all because of that. And it's not me. But they keep saying it to me, oh, she's got an install, she's that. And so they were
I don't take it in there for that.
yeah.
I make up in my own mind, but I'm not told, I'm not persuaded by it.
And my letter to CEO of Head of Housing, I said, you're responsible for your employees to get their jobs done right, your contract.
They don't pay them. They're peanuts, don't they?
They don't care.
The film is like,
They could, like what they have at the
look
door.
at that. And that door has forward and things like that. It's got the bad in my mind, it's getting cold again.
The people went up all the time. Like one year I had a Polish friend who redid all this, because when I had to kept falling on my weak body, so that all the time was got redone, it's not perfect. But they were never, yeah. There's no point investing in anything new, because I'm afraid that
They end up with that care for them for you. Then all you can do is I don't know either.
well, the thing is, the end result is what they want is to get
Yeah, but what they want doesn't come into it. You should get something independent.
I took them on independently. I went head office and then this is how put the two motions work together within one time. Because church might, local might, national, now the church, it's been around for 250 years ago. So that's not take it around.
It's all part of the game.
So, hold on, you know, one reason I make this issue is housing has lost their position. They've gone through the social services and said, I'm not doing this, they told me. I've gone for that angle, and now they've got much more.
I'm not even one parking, so second day, lodge, and I thought we hated to try to get money, and it's really nice. Then the monthly night, the thing is,
Wow, okay.
then the drive through says Nick Covent Garden, end of Long Island. Mine is, I mean,
It's not what you're not seeing, you know.
I'll put it somewhere. I will dig it out to help you.
Yeah.
On a this page, on a different level.
Was it honorable?
Of that of Oh, dear, my legs. I know. But they're not on.
Oh, no, no. We've got to take, don't we? I'll keep going. I know we do. God bless. Take care.
You just gotta love the pets. It meant well, that one. Get my video up now.
Right, so basically it's put 9 planets in, it's still covered outside. The planets are got drain, and the safe air on there, and also 28th of July 2021. My area is a public building, so I can access that and the car park. And I've cut maybe number 2. I'll get cut off and move it here too. So I'm now going to see how clever it is from outside to inside the hallway. So it's put 9 planets in, it's still covered outside. The planets are got dry. The safe air. Building, so I can access that and the car park. And I've cut maybe number 2. I'll get cut off and move it here too. So I'm now going to see how clever it is from outside to inside the hallway. Here's some corners. So it's put 9 planets in, it's still covered outside. The perks are got dry. Yes, I go around here, and also 28th of July 2021. My area is a public building, so I can access that and the car park. And I've cut maybe number 2. I'll get cut off and move it here too. So I'm now going to see how clever it is from outside go inside the hallway. And the police informed us there was somebody knocking on the door. The cameras there. Someone in your talk here, right? And I get possible to use this outside hand wire and scaffolding has been up there for ages. Maybe.
I hope my phone translates.
So it's quarter to 9 and it's still covered outside. The herbs and bottom drying. It'll take very long really. And I'd say 28 would be like my area is a public building, so I couldn't access that and the car park. And I've got maybe number 2. If I get cut off, I'll do video 2. So I'm now going to see how flooded it is from outside to inside the hallway. And the police informed us somebody knocking on the door. The cameras are there. So I'm the only one involved here, right? And I get possible to use this outside hand wire and the scaffolding has been up there for ages. It's only me being affected and the cameras zooming on the wall. So hopefully able-bodied people do anything about this. See how dangerous it is. All the muck. Yeah, so that's pushed up all the leaves and it's soaking inside and I've got to go that way now. Yeah? Number 7 then, nobody did anything about this. It's how dangerous it is. Look at this tree, look at this. Right, so basically what you call controlled weather, right?
Secret societies, share government.
It's all about power. Grabbing it, keeping it, using it. Power is our currency, our DNA, our God. We control the world. We provide the blueprint and we give the instructions. We're the people in grainy photos on grassy knolls. We're the shadowy faces in smoky back rooms and darkened boardrooms. We're right here, hiding in plain sight, buying and selling favors. Blackmail, treason, deceit, these are our stock in trade. We work the magic of the drunken evenings with senators and chiefs of staff. We shake down demons and negotiate with sorcerers. We have stocks in hell and compromising photos of angels. We use any means necessary, regardless of the cost, because the world is a bad place, and you can either do or get done. We're the Illuminati, and we're not done.
Intelligence agencies have infiltrated and created some satanic groups, with the resurgence of these groups beginning in 1966, particularly with the birth of the Church of Satan, founded by Anton LaVey. LaVey studied criminology in San Francisco and worked in the San Francisco Police Department Crime Lab. He also worked as an informant for Interpol. Prior to the Church of Satan, LaVey ran a group called the Magic Circle. LaVey's most famous associate is the National Security Agency General Michael Aquino. At the time of his membership in LaVey's group, Aquino was an Army specialist in intelligence and psychological warfare. In 1973, he became the executive officer of the 306th Psychological Operations Battalion, contemporary with his founding of the Church of Set. General Michael Aquino wrote, "From PSYOP to Mind War, the Psychology of Victory." Aquino's thesis stated that enemy populations could be subdued by inflicting a state of psychological terror and feelings of imminent destruction. He discusses the use of psychotronic weapons or electromagnetic weapons that influence the mind. Capitulation could be induced without firing a shot by extremely low frequency signals piggybacked on broadcasts of radio, TV, or microwave communications in order to influence and manipulate the thoughts and feelings of the target population. During the 1960s, he was prominent in the Church of Satan and a close friend of Anton LaVey until he started his own Church of Set. A police intelligence report dated July 1st, 1981 reads, quote, "The Church of Set is a group of hundreds of members that operates on a national level. Michael Aquino is the official head and rules through a council of 9 who are in fact his lieutenants," unquote. At least 2 members of the Council of 9 at that time were members of Army intelligence. In the late 1980s, Aquino was accused by the San Francisco Police Department of being involved in a satanic child molestation ring centered on the daycare at the Presidio military base where Aquino was stationed at the time. Probable victims numbered at 68, many of whom had contracted venereal disease. 22 families filed $66 million in claims against the Army, claiming that criminal charges against Michael Aquino were dropped due to pressure from the Army. General Aquino admitted to renting the German castle where the Nazi SS were formed and reenacting the secret ceremony among fellow intelligence officers dressed in full Nazi regalia. General Aquino is now the highest-ranking officer in the National Security Agency, along with General Black and General Hayden. It is important to remember that General Aquino is first and foremost a military intelligence officer with over 40 years' experience in counterinsurgency operations and an expert in psychological warfare. General Aquino's psychological warfare campaign has started or infiltrated cults and other closed systems as part of a concerted effort to control large numbers of people and to destabilize the centers of constitutional and legal authority, both here in the United States and in other nations. This methodology is part of a concerted plan that spans several generations. The Church of Satan and the Church of Set, as well as other cults and mainstream organizations, are closed systems with their own belief systems that are insular and separate from the reality that most people take for granted. These closed systems allow large numbers of people to be manipulated into performing antisocial acts that most members of the greater society would not contemplate. Aquino first participated in MKUltra related activities in Vietnam as part of the Phoenix program in the 1960s. These ongoing MKUltra operations are functioning as a counterinsurgency and infiltration operation aimed at destabilizing the United States and other industrialized nations. The following cults have been used by General Aquino or his associates to continue MKUltra operations outside of the laboratory. The mass suicides at Jonestown of 890 people had similar threads, a cult with sinister connections. Jim Jones, through connections to the CIA, set up his utopian experiment on the same land the CIA had used to train mercenaries to fight in Angola. According to others, the Jonestown experiment was conceived of by Dr. Lawrence Laird Layton, staffed by him and financed by Layton. The African-American cult had at its core a Caucasian inner council composed of Layton and his family. Layton was a chemist in the Manhattan Project and head of the Army's Chemical Warfare Research Division in the 1950s. The People's Temple cult took over the Mendocino State Hospital as a part of a government pilot project to evaluate the feasibility of deinstitutionalizing mental patients. After a reduction in state funding, most of the patients at the Mendocino State Psychiatric Hospital were released into the custody of the People's Temple. Congressman Leo Ryan was assassinated in his attempt to investigate the cult. The pathologist in Guyana reported 80 to 90% of the victims' bodies had fresh needle marks. Other victims had been shot or strangled. In 1981, the survivors sued the former head of the CIA for, quote, enhancing the economic and political powers of James Warren Jones, unquote, and conducting mind control and drug experimentation on the Temple flock. The Manson family was associated with the Processed Church, which according to the Utah Department of Public Safety moved to southern Utah and changed their name to the Foundation. In a 1990 internal memo authored by church authority Glenn L. Pace, allegations were made of ritual abuse and human sacrifice. Pace writes that he has met with 60 victims of ritual abuse, but there were probably 2 to 3 times as many victims. 53 were female and 7 were male, 8 of which were children. All are members of the Mormon Church. 45 victims alleged they witnessed or participated in human sacrifice. The majority were abused by relatives. All had developed psychological problems such as multiple personality disorder. Quote, the memories come in layers. The first might be of incest. Another layer might well be the memory of seeing people hurt or even killed. Then they remember having seen babies killed. Another layer is realizing that they participated in the sacrifices. One of the most painful memories may be that they even sacrificed their own baby. I have only seen those coming forth to get help. They are in their 20s and 30s for the most part. I can only assume that it is expanding geometrically. and am horrified by the numbers represented by the generation who are now children and teenagers, unquote. Dr. Joseph Mengele found that trauma bonding and mind control work best when the victim is forced to kill someone they love, usually a twin. The Franklin conspiracy refers to a sexual blackmail operation and savings and loan fraud that began in Omaha, Nebraska in the early 1980s. Larry King, a 300-pound pedophile, operated a national child prostitution network that catered to wealthy patrons and Republican Party insiders. King was one of the fastest rising stars in the Republican Party. He sang the national anthem at the Republican convention in 1984 and 1988. King and his associates defrauded Franklin Savings and Loan of $40 million and used the residents of Boys Town and other children to videotape powerful and influential men and women engaged in sex acts with minors. These blackmail operations took place during fundraising parties for the Republican Party. Those involved stayed late for the after party that included drugs and sex with minors. The strategy of early MKUltra was to use sexual blackmail operations that targeted political figures in order to ensure continued funding from legislators. Victims who came forward testified that King and his associates performed satanic rituals and human sacrifices. Many of the children who came forward with their stories have since been murdered or imprisoned. The most prominent and vocal victim has been held in solitary confinement longer than any other person in Nebraska history. Larry King served 2 years for fraud and was promptly employed by his good friend, the editor of an Omaha newspaper.
I want to make sure there's plenty of time for questions because the topics are obviously very controversial and very interesting, I think. And I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, lots of disagreement. So I want to make sure there's plenty of time. So Joe will give me the timeout if I go too long. And I really want to give you time to ask questions. And I'll hang out here as well. I'll stay afterwards and you can ask questions. All right, so I will be reading at least parts of this paper. The problem is if I don't read, then I'm not that disciplined and I will digress too much. And there is a handout, so I hope that will be helpful. I start by referring to a book that I wrote with Ben Mitchell-Yellen, Near-Death Experiences, Understanding Visions of the Afterlife. And that's more detailed in terms of some of the arguments that I'll just skip over in this talk, but I'll tell you when I get to a place where you might want to look at that book. Then I have a new book coming out in June of this year that you may be interested in. And then there is a YouTube video of a lecture I gave on near-death experiences at UC Riverside, but it's a different lecture. You might have fun with it. Okay. Near-death experiences, well, maybe I can write it. Near-death experiences, NDEs, take place in near-death contexts, situations in which an individual's life is in jeopardy. I've always thought maybe it should be situations in which the individual reasonably believes that her life is in jeopardy, but in any case, it's usually put this way, that the individual's life is in jeopardy. The Dutch cardiologist and researcher on NDEs, Pim van Lommel, describes NDEs as involving, quote, a range of impressions during a special state of consciousness, including a number of special elements, such as an out-of-body experience, pleasant feelings, seeing a tunnel, a light, deceased relatives, or a life review, or a conscious return to the body. So these are features characteristic of near-death experiences. I will stipulate that an NDE takes place in a near-death context and has a sufficient number of the characteristics identified by Van Lommel. Others, including Bruce Grayson, who's an MD at the University of Virginia, have studied and identified these features of NDEs. He has produced what is called NDE scale, which measures the degree to which an NDE possesses these elements. Four salient aspects are an out-of-body experience, OBE, i.e. an experience of floating above one's body and seeing it and its surroundings from above. So that's the way it appears to you. A life review, where your life kind of comes before you. It's sometimes presented narratively or sequentially, sometimes kind of all at once. And an experience of traveling toward a light in a dark tunnel, or perhaps crossing a river or otherwise proceeding toward a different realm. Typically, one is guided in this voyage toward a different realm by deceased loved ones or loving parental or religious figures. Various theorists have identified a range of signature features of NDEs, and they have pointed out that it is not necessary for a genuine NDE to have them all. Okay, NDEs are better thought of as a syndrome, or what philosophers following Ludwig Wittgenstein call a family resemblance notion. That is, an NDE must contain some subset of the relevant features, but it's impossible to specify the required number of features in advance, just as members of an extended family have physical features in common, but no individual has all of them, presumably, or might not have all of them. It's a family resemblance notion. Most NDEs are described as very positive experiences, and those who have had NDEs have changed their behavior significantly. Pim van Lommel has studied people who've had NDEs in the context of cardiac arrest, and he has observed that the NDEs have had notable transformational effects. These individuals have less death anxiety and are more spiritual, by and large, not everyone. They are more pro-social, appreciating relationships more, and spending more time with family, friends, and relatives. They are also more compassionate and attuned to morality and justice. The transformations are often profound. And so in his work, Pim van Lommel, the cardiologist from the Netherlands, goes through in detail the data on these transformations. NDEs are amazing, and not just because of their capacity to transform. Some near-death experience reports can be corroborated independently, and some cannot. Many of the latter sort, the ones that can't be independently corroborated, describe communication with deceased relatives and confrontation with a heavenly or otherworldly realm, an environment hospitable to immortality. Consider, for example, the neurosurgeon Eben Alexander's NDE. Has anyone read his book? Okay, good. In which he found himself in a, quote, beautiful, incredible dream world, except it wasn't a dream, end quote. He describes himself flying along with, quote, a beautiful girl with high cheekbones and deep blue eyes, end quote. Sometime after his NDE, when shown a photo of her, Alexander recognized this girl as his deceased sister, whom he had never met. He writes, quote, we were riding along together on an intricately patterned surface, alive with indescribable and vivid colors, the wing of a butterfly. In fact, millions of butterflies were all around us, vast fluttering waves of them, dipping down into the greenery and coming back up around us again. Without using any words, she spoke to me. The message had three parts. You are loved and cherished dearly forever. You have nothing to fear. There is nothing you can do wrong. Alexander holds that this rich set of experiences occurred while he was in a coma and his brain was not capable of having experiences. He was a neurosurgeon, or he is a neurosurgeon, so. But while I was in a coma, my brain hadn't been working improperly. It hadn't been working at all. The part of my brain that years of medical school had taught me was responsible for creating the world I lived and moved around in, and taking the raw data that came in through my senses and fashioning it into a meaningful universe, that part of my brain was down and out. And yet, despite all of this, I had been alive and aware, truly aware, in a universe characterized above all by love, consciousness, and reality. There was for me simply no arguing this fact. I know it so completely that I ached. I'm sorry, I knew it so completely that I ached. What I had experienced was more real than the house I sat in, more real than the logs burning in the fireplace. He calls it ultra real, his experience. So Eben Alexander's Proof of Heaven, a neurosurgeon's journey into the afterlife, in which he discusses his NDE, has sold millions of copies, and it has influenced many people around the world. He also has a sequel called Map of Heaven. Alexander himself reports many transformative effects. Although he had grown up in a religious family prior to his NDE, he had been skeptical about religion. But after his NDE, he became a believer in religion and the afterlife, although, of course, the content of his NDE was not exactly theologically orthodox, flying on a wing of a butterfly. He repeatedly describes his NDE as real, and there is even a chapter of Proof of Heaven called The Ultra Real. Now, I'll talk about another book in the popular culture. Colton Burpo's NDE is described in the book, co-written by his father, Todd Burpo, Heaven is for Real. This book has also sold millions of copies, and it was made into a motion picture that was widely distributed and viewed by millions. Okay. Colton became ill a few months shy of his 4th birthday. He was diagnosed with a burst appendix and underwent 2 surgeries. After he recovered, apparently miraculously, Colton began recollecting and reporting experiences he had while undergoing the first surgery and under anesthesia. He had visited heaven and personally met Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit. He had met various deceased relatives, one of whom was a sister who had never been born due to a miscarriage. He saw angels and John the Baptist, and he even saw his parents in the hospital at the time of the surgery, his father and mother in different rooms praying. Okay, so these are extraordinary reports, amazing experiences, and there are many, many more, of course. I do want to, and I, for one, take these very seriously. I respect them as sincere, by and large, very sincere and interesting. And there are patterns throughout history and across cultures and within the same culture, patterns of similarities in these experiences that have to be taken seriously. I do, though, want to read a footnote in which I talk about one that's not sincere. So I say, I believe it's important to respect the sincerity of the majority of NDE reports. That's important for me. But I also think we have to call out the dishonest ones. For a particularly sad account of such a report, and then I give the website, but here I'm reading from this article on the website. Alex Malarkey, the American boy who disavowed his best-selling account of meeting Jesus after an accident, has launched a lawsuit against the book's Christian specialist publisher. While the publisher has, quote, made millions of dollars, end quote, the suit alleges it has paid Alex, a paralyzed young man, nothing. The car accident that almost killed Malarkey happened in 2004 in Ohio when he was 6 years old. 2 months later, he woke up from a coma to find himself paralyzed from the neck down. He and his father, Kevin, a Christian therapist, wrote The Boy Who Came Back from Heaven together. According to Chicago's Tyndale House, the firm that brought the book out in 2010, Malarkey wrote of, quote, the angels that took him through the gates of heaven itself, of the unearthly music that sounded just terrible to a 6-year-old, and most amazing of all, of meeting and talking to Jesus. But when he was 16, Malarkey revealed on his blog that he had made it all up. Quote, I did not die, I did not go to heaven, he said. When I made the claims, I had never read the Bible. People have profited from lies and continue to. They should read the Bible, which is enough. Tyndale House pulled the book, which had already sold a reported 1 million copies, saying in a statement that it was, quote, saddened to learn Alex is now saying that he made up the story of dying and going to heaven. Malarkey, who is now 20, filed a lawsuit against the publisher earlier this week, this was a while ago, claiming his father, quote, concocted a story that during the time Alex was in a coma, he had gone to heaven, communicated with God the Father, Jesus, angels, and devil, and then returned. And alleging that while Tyndale House has made millions of dollars, they paid the paralyzed man nothing. The article goes on to point out that Alex and his mother, who supports him, are on the verge of homelessness. So I refer, if you're interested, I have some other references. So that's a sad story. And, well, in any human phenomenon, there are going to be exaggerations, there's going to be insincerity. But I assume the vast majority of the reports are sincere. So, extraordinary and awe-inspiring experiences. There are many NDEs whose contents can independently be checked, such as those reporting conversations among surgeons and nurses. Consider, for example, the famous story of Pam Reynolds. She underwent surgery for a brain aneurysm. She was under anesthesia, blood was drained from her brain, and her body temperature was reduced to 60 degrees. The EEG, electroencephalograph, registered no brain activity sufficient for consciousness. Okay, not enough to support consciousness. And yet Pam reported specific conversations of the medical team as she was being prepped for surgery. For example, she reported that the medical team discussed the problems posed by her small arteries. This conversation actually did take place. She also reported having an incredible experience. After witnessing the medical personnel prepping her body, she left the operating room for someplace else, bathed in bright light, and encountered deceased relatives who communicated to her without words. There's also the remarkable story of the man with the missing dentures. Nobody, for some reason, they talk about the case but don't mention his name, but the man with the missing dentures. He watched his body from a location above it while undergoing CPR for a cardiac arrest. When the hospital staff couldn't find his dentures the next day, he reminded the nurse that they were placed in a drawer. The man was able to locate the dentures because he recalls seeing the procedures during his cardiac arrest from a position outside his body, an out-of-body experience, or an OBE. Many have contended that NDEs can only be interpreted and explained by an invocation of supernaturalism. Supernaturalism about NDEs has two components. The claim that our minds are not just our brains and can exist after our brains and bodies stop functioning. And the claim that we come into contact with non-physical, typically heavenly realms in NDEs. The supernaturalist thus claims that our non-material minds or souls perceive or grasp features of a realm that is separate from our physical. The first claim is dualism about the relationship between the mind and the body, so they're dualists. It is plausible that the second claim, that we are in contact with the heavenly realm in NDEs, requires the first, that our minds are non-physical. The two views typically come as a package in evaluating NDEs. So you could, in general, you could be a dualist about the mind. You could believe the mind isn't the brain, or isn't just the brain, and not believe that there's a heaven. I think David Chalmers, the contemporary philosopher of mind, is, as he describes himself, a dualist about the mind, but he doesn't believe in an afterlife. The dominant view in the popular literature is supernatural. NDEs provide, quote, a proof of heaven, and they show that, quote, heaven is for real. This is also a very influential view in the more academic discussions of NDEs, which tend to attract those antecedently inclined towards supernaturalism, or maybe antecedently predisposed to take them at least seriously. In fact, most academics kind of dismiss them. And I've talked to people in medical schools who do research, and they say it's been very hard for their colleagues to get their colleagues to take them seriously. So here are just a few examples in the popular and academic literatures. First, we have already seen that the two most widely read and influential popular discussions of NDEs in recent years are entitled Proof of Heaven and Heaven is for Real. The sequel to Alexander's Proof of Heaven is called Map of Heaven. The titles indicate clearly the supernaturalism of these books. Jeffrey Long, MD. So all these people are MDs for some reason. But often they also have an advanced degree in neuroscience. Well, Jeffrey Long, MD, who's an oncologist, and with Paul Perry entitled their book about NDEs, Evidence of the Afterlife, the Science of Near-Death Experiences. Pim Van Lommel's book is called The Significance of Near-Death Experiences, Consciousness Beyond Life. The very active contemporary website run by the famous researcher who coined the term near-death experiences, Dr. Raymond Moody, is called the University of Heaven. So Raymond Moody coined the term. In 1975, he wrote a book called Life After Life. And he coined the term near-death experience. He's still around, and he has a blog called the University of Heaven. Okay. So in other words, what I'm trying to indicate is almost all the books are supernatural, give supernatural interpretations of near-death experiences. The magic, the wisdom, the lessons of NDEs are almost universally taken to require supernaturalism. I hold that NDEs are authentic. They certainly take place, and they can be presumed to have the experiential features reported by NDEers. This is important. NDEs are real in that they really occur. But whereas NDEs really occur, there is a separate question as to whether their reported contents represent reality accurately when they are interpreted literally. NDEs may not be real in this sense, the sense of accuracy in representing the external world. NDEs are real in sense A, they really happened, but not necessarily in sense B, they represent the outside world actors. I say not necessarily, we haven't shown that they're not accurate. We can employ the analogy of dreams here. Dreams really occur. They are indisputably authentic in this sense. But there's a separate question as to whether their contents typically, or in a particular case, represent external reality accurately. They don't when their contents are interpreted literally. As with dreams, so with NDEs. All I wish to do here is to emphasize that the two questions, authenticity and accuracy, are separate. Sliding from an answer to one to an answer to the other is a dangerous slide. Moving from sense A, reality, to sense B, reality, is a spurious transition. Elsewhere, my co-author, Ben Mitchell-Yellen, and I have contended that evidence of various kinds does not provide good reason to accept supernaturalism. That's in that book I referred to on the handout. We have rejected arguments for supernaturalism from the timing of the experiences, when people say the brain was offline when they had the experiences. Therefore, it can't be the brain that's supporting consciousness. It has to be some soul that's not identical to the brain. The vivid nature of the experiences, the facts that the blind and also children have NDEs, the blind have NDEs with visual content, and deaf people have NDEs with auditory phenomenal content. Children have NDEs. The universality over time and across cultures of the central features of NDEs, the putative or apparent simplicity of supernatural explanations, the awesome, beautiful, and transformative characteristics of NDEs, and so forth. All of these considerations some people take to establish that heaven is for real or that supernaturalism is true. In our book, Near-Death Experiences, Understanding the Visions of the Afterlife, we go through these one by one. We argue that they don't really provide strong reason to accept supernaturalism. So I'm not going to really go into that here. Here I'm going to propose a novel interpretation of near-death experiences. On this view, supernaturalism is not required to interpret and understand them, and yet we can preserve their awesome characteristics. On this new interpretation, they are not just authentic, but in an important sense, accurate. so they're real in both senses. This is because, properly understood, near-death experiences are not primarily or only about the afterlife. Okay, so before I get to the new interpretation, I want to talk a little bit about why all of these people who write and who develop supernaturalist analyses of NDEs, why do so many of these reject physicalism and accept that the brain, that the mind and consciousness doesn't stem from the brain or solely from the brain? Okay. Some interpreters of NDEs employ the following pattern of reasoning, and I see it almost in every one of their treatments of NDEs. They go through many of the proposed physical explanations of NDEs, one at a time, and they point out that none of these individually explains all the phenomena, if they explain any. Eben Alexander employs this pattern of argument in Appendix B of his book, Proof of Heaven, writing, and I quote, "I entertained or have entertained several neuroscientific hypotheses that might explain my memories. Cutting right to the chase, they all fail to explain the rich, robust, intricate interactivity of the gateway and core experiences, the ultra reality." Alexander goes on to consider such hypotheses that put forward an individual putative explanatory factor, an individual physical explanatory factor, and he dismisses them as inadequate fully to explain his NDE and NDEs in general. Pim van Lommel's treatment of these issues is more comprehensive, detailed, and nuanced, not surprisingly, because Alexander's book is for a general audience. He considers various candidate explanations of NDEs. The physiological theories, so oxygen deficiency, carbon dioxide overload, chemical reactions in the brain, so higher levels of ketamine. Ketamine is much in the news now because they've tweaked the molecule and they're now trying to use it for depression. And Johnson & Johnson's subsidiary company, Janssen Pharmaceuticals, has this product, a nasal spray, that's a tweaked version of ketamine, which is for intractable serious depression. Intractable in the sense that the individuals tried at least 2 antidepressants and they haven't worked, so ketamine. And so it's a naturally occurring psychedelic. It naturally occurs, but in near-death experiences, it's found in higher levels. So some people have suggested that. I just read today that the boys in Thailand who were trapped in that cave were given ketamine as part of the whole recovery process. That calmed them down. They may have had a few hallucinations, but it did calm them down. And that's the so-called the club drug Special K, ketamine. Though in its tweaked version, I call it not so Special K. Okay. Endorphins, DMT. DMT is a hallucinogen. It's the substance that's in, I think it's in psilocybin. It's in one of, or it could be the ayahuasca. Ayahuasca, it's in ayahuasca. Okay, it's just this psychedelic substance. So we're looking into all of this, or different electrical activity of the brain, and certain psychological theories, fear of death, dissociation, various kinds of fantasies, and so forth. Van Lommel argues that none of them individually explains all the phenomena associated with NDEs. Some don't explain any of them very well. He does think that more research should be done on DMT. And actually, I don't know if you're familiar with Michael Pollan's book, Change Your Mind. He takes a trip, or a number of spiritual voyages using psychedelic ways of producing the experiences, and he tries ayahuasca, which is the DMT. In the end, Van Lommel was skeptical about the possibility of any adequate full explanation of NDEs within the standard scientific paradigm. Sam Parnia, another MD, offers a sophisticated discussion of the purported explanation of NDEs within the scientific paradigm. He considers oxygen deficiency, carbon dioxide overload, and various chemical changes in the brain, among other hypotheses, including activation of the NMDA receptors. I think that's a dopamine receptors, which, by the way, now the new generation under development of antidepressants focus on the NMDA receptors. So, they have looked at, various other neurotransmitters like serotonin and norepinephrine and so forth, but now they're looking at dopamine and the NMDA receptors. As with Alexander and Van Lommel, he concludes that current scientific explanations are inadequate. Parnia does not turn away from science, but suggests, as with Van Lommel, that our current scientific framework may be inadequate to explain the very real phenomena of NDEs. So Parnia says, if the mind, consciousness or soul, can continue to exist and function when the brain does not function after death, then it raises the possibility that it may be a separate, undiscovered scientific entity that is not produced through the brain's usual electrical or chemical processes as we understand them based on today's understanding of neuroscience. It further confirms calls for a new paradigm in neuroscience to address this issue. So Parnia is just saying we can't explain, or at least it looks like we can't explain all the phenomena of NDEs within the usual scientific paradigm, identifying the brain as the seat of consciousness. But he's not going so far as to accept dualism, but he's saying we need a new paradigm. So another more recent discussion of these issues follows a similar pattern, although she does believe in dualism. It's Peg Sartori. She considers a broad range of proposed explanations. Again, too little oxygen, too much CO2, certain drugs, endorphins, and so forth. She writes, it is apparent that the materialist theories cannot account for the full range of complexities associated with the NDE. After over 30 years of research into the phenomenon of NDEs, not one of these proposed theories provides an adequate explanation. Okay, so all of these NDE theorists canvass what they take to be the full panoply of possible physical explanations of NDEs and conclude that they are inadequate. They tend to interpret physical explanations as involving too much or too little of certain chemicals, though not all of them. As I've read, not all of them are of that sort. They find these explanations unsatisfying, either because they don't explain any features of NDEs or they don't explain all of these features. Of course, even if one such factor does not explain any or all aspects of NDEs, it might be that a combination of them, acting additively or synergistically, may provide the requisite explanations. And the fact that we don't yet have an adequate physical explanation in terms of biochemistry, of course, does not entail that there are no prospects for such an explanation in the future. Neuroscience is still in its infancy. Maybe now it's in its toddler stage, but it's still young. And science marches on, not too concerned with incompleteness in the theories of the present moment. An analogy, we do not have a cure for pancreatic cancer. Unfortunately and sadly, a diagnosis of pancreatic cancer is essentially a death sentence currently. There is a small percentage have a certain version of pancreatic cancer that can be treated and perhaps cured, at least put in remission. Steve Jobs actually had that form of pancreatic cancer, but he didn't realize it. And so he went to Europe and sought alternative therapies. And he did die of pancreatic cancer, though he probably could have been cured. That's in the book, Steve Jobs, his biography. We have studied cancer and this particular kind of cancer for decades, and we don't yet have a cure. Does it follow that we will never have a cure? That we are going in the wrong direction by proceeding within the framework of science and medicine? Should we abandon physicalism in light of our current inability to cure the dominant form of pancreatic cancer? Obviously not. Similarly, we don't yet have a theory of everything in physics, unifying our best theories of the behavior of macroscopic and microscopic phenomena. Also, we don't have a fully adequate and undisputed account of the fundamental constituents of reality. Do these facts about the current state of physics imply or even suggest that we should give up on science? It would be a glaring non sequitur to make this list, okay? A non sequitur of numbing grossness, as someone said, about a different nonsense. Oh, it's one of my favorite phrases. Unfortunately, many NDE theorists make precisely this leap into murky waters. Consider this passage from Sartori's book. Neurological processes have been suggested to be the cause of the NDE, and there are several theories describing these processes in detail. Most of these theories have been proposed from the premise that the brain creates consciousness. However, it remains unclear how conscious experiences can arise from neurological structures and accompany the neurological processing. Sartori goes on to reject the popular, quote, popular materialist belief, end quote, that the neurological processes cause consciousness. Rather, she suggests that it is more plausible to suppose that the brain mediates consciousness. Exactly what that is not clear. Some of these people think the brain is like a receiver that receives the waves or the stuff that's out there that is the consciousness. And that's a view that goes back to the philosopher Henri Bergson. Though they don't know that, or they don't say that. It's certainly not obvious how, if a consciousness emerges from the material constituent processes of the brain. It can seem mysterious how this is even possible. On the other hand, it seems at least equally, if not more mysterious, how consciousness could emerge from a non-physical entity, such as a soul. How could something non-physical, non-material, feel like something or underwrite subjective awareness? You know, Thomas Nagel, the philosopher, contemporary philosopher, talked about this in his paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat? And he said there are these problems with the what it's like properties of the qualitative subjective states of our minds. How can they be physical? But equally mysterious is how the soul could have what it's like properties, something totally non-physical. Doesn't seem to help to invoke dualism. Okay. So naturalism and supernaturalism have their challenges, but at least the project of explaining the mind in terms of neurological structures and processes is situated within the framework of science with well understood and widely accepted assumptions and methods. There are big gaps in our scientific knowledge, but history shows that science makes progress, sometimes dramatic progress. The assumptions and methods of dualism, which posits a non-physical mind, are obscure. To seek to explain the mind by invoking a soul or non-physical entities and processes is to offer an explanation obscurum per obscurius. All right. So basically what I want to do, I'm going a little longer than I want, so I want to make sure I don't go too long, but I want to suggest a different direction for a physical explanation, that we don't use just, let's say, the idea of too much carbon dioxide, not enough oxygen, more DMT than is usual, or more ketamine. So in other words, we're not going to look so much for an excess or deficiency of a certain substance or chemical, but we're going to look at certain functional processes. And I'm not the first one to offer it. Michael Pollan suggests this in passing in his book, How to Change Your Mind. And then he is a spiritual experience that is similar to various other such experiences in that it's caused by a certain system or module of the brain being taken offline or not functioning in the normal way. As Michael Pollan puts it, the mystical experience may just be what it feels like when you deactivate the brain's default mode network. This can be achieved any number of ways through psychedelics and meditation. but perhaps also by means of certain breathing exercises like holotropic breath work, sensory deprivation, fasting, prayer, overwhelming experiences of awe, extreme sports, near-death experiences, and so on. What would scans of brains in the midst of these spiritual activities or spiritual experiences reveal? We can only speculate, but quite possibly we would see the same quieting of the default network, of the default mode network. It's a network in the brain. This quieting might be accomplished by restricting blood flow to the network or various other ways. But however it happens, taking this particular network offline may give us access to extraordinary states of consciousness, moments of oneness or ecstasy that are no less wondrous for having a physical cause. What is, okay, now that's the end of the quote for Pauling. What is the default mode network, the DMN? It's the network in the brain that exhibits heightened activity when we seem to be doing nothing. When our minds do not have a specific task to perform, our minds are wandering, you might say. Again, Michael Pollan writes, the default mode network is the place where our minds go to wander, to daydream, ruminate, travel in time, reflect on ourselves, and worry. So there's an interesting book I've been reading by Robert Wright, a journalist, basically. It's called Why Buddhism is True. And that's the book. And so here's a quote. I was beginning to observe the workings of what psychologists call the default mode network. This is a network in the brain that, according to brain scan studies, is active when we're doing nothing in particular, not talking to people, not focusing on our work or any task, not playing a sport or reading a book or watching a movie. It is the network along which our mind wanders when when our brains are wandering. This is the network that underwrites that. Robin Wright points out that in meditation, we seek to quiet the mind. So Buddhist meditation, we seek to quiet the mind and reduce, if not eliminate, the wanderings. I don't know if you've tried meditating, but the problem is to stop your brain from wandering. The wild animal keeps escaping. We thus take the default mode network offline in meditation. And there's Hindu, in the Bhagavad Gita, there's a discussion of the three qualities or states of consciousness: dark inertia, which I love, passion, and lucidity. So dark inertia or heedlessness is that state when our minds are wandering, we're not doing anything in particular. And through yoga, in Buddhism, it's through meditation. In Hinduism, roughly, I'm overgeneralizing and simplifying. It's through yoga, which is a kind of meditation as well, that you go from dark inertia and heedlessness to illumination. That's kind of like what's going on with all of these experiences, that you're going from a kind of dull heedlessness, a dark inertia, to some more enlightened state. I'm skipping a little. One of the most salient features of a spiritual or mystical experience, including meditation, prayer, and NDEs, is the loss of a sense of self as separate and apart from the rest of reality. It is plausible that this comes from the reduced functioning of the default mode network. NDEs share some of the most important characteristics of other spiritual experiences. According to Pollan, these shared traits include a vision of unity in which all things, including the self, are subsumed, expressed in the phrase, all is one, a sense of certainty about what one has perceived, feelings of joy, blessedness, and satisfaction, a transcendence of the categories we rely on to organize the world, such as time and space or self and other. Okay, don't tell Kant about this, that we can transcend those. A sense that whatever has been apprehended is somehow sacred. Last is the conviction that the experience is ineffable, even as thousands of words are expended in the attempt to communicate its power. Okay, that's the end of the quote. The view I'm suggesting for further consideration is that NDEs are also like other spiritual experiences in that they are a product of lessened activity of the default mode network. This is a physicalist, a neurophysiological explanation, a naturalist one, but not one that has been discussed or explored in any detail. It was mentioned by Poland. This literature, the standard NDE literature, points to various other kinds of explanations, but they typically involve deficits or excessive amounts of certain chemicals, but that's unduly restricted. So we can have a physical explanation that's not so narrow. Okay, so now is the end of the final part, a new interpretation that I promised you. Okay, so the standard interpretation is supernatural. NDEs are taken to provide strong evidence for, and usually the point is put more strongly in terms of proof of the afterlife. As I noted above, this is the second component of supernaturalism, and we need to look no further than the titles of the most visible books, contemporary books, to see this interpreted. Like I read you the titles. They're all about the afterlife or heaven. And I could read you some more, but it's redundant. So above, I distinguished two notions of real in the claim that NDEs are real. One idea here of reality is that people really do have NDEs with the content they describe. This is indisputably true for the great majority of NDE reports, leaving Alex Malarkey aside. I love that name, it's perfect. People really have NDEs, just as people really dream. But there's another notion of reality according to which NDEs are accurate representations of external reality. That NDEs are real in the first sense does not entail that they are real in the second, even though in the literature there's often kind of a slide between the one and the others. NDEs are real, therefore heaven is for real, but that's a slide, a logical slide. All right. So I think it would be desirable to give a charitable interpretation of the contents of NDEs and the reports of NDEers. So on my approach, we could understand NDEs as real in both senses of reality. People really have the experiences, and on my interpretation, they would be true or accurate in representing the external world. Here's my idea. We interpret NDEs as being primarily the last days of our lives, rather than about the afterlife. So when we use the term death, usually, sometimes we mean dying, or death, that process, that last part of the life. Sometimes we mean the status of being dead, but sometimes we mean dying. So that's what I'm suggesting. Although in some NDEs, the explicit content includes contact with the heavenly realm or hellish realms, there are about 10% of the reports are negative. Okay. And we can talk about those. Those are in some ways more interesting. But most don't actually talk about the contact with the heavenly realms. Rather, they are stories of journeys toward a gated or demarcated place or domain or status, like heaven as a gated community. A travel toward this gated community guided by deceased loved or beloved religious figures. The most important feature of these stories, in my view, is that they are journeys guided by loving mentors or trusted companions. So at the risk of being trite, the content of NDEs is best understood as a guided journey without any articulation of a specific destination. Okay, I said it in a fancy way. The point is, it's the journey, not the destination, that counts. That's the trait. After all, NDEers often report that as they approach a river or gate or a bright light at the end of a tunnel, they awaken or regain waking consciousness. This abrupt truncation of the NDE is typically disappointing. It's only a minority, certainly not all NDEs, which describe a destination of an otherworldly realm which is reached. Of course, people make movies out of it. Most of them don't actually talk about going through the gate or crossing the river. So we can then interpret NDEs as being about the last stage of our life's journey, dying. Positive NDEs contend or point to the fact that dying can indeed be good or even sublime. Negative NDEs point to the fact that dying can be terrible. On the positive side, we can die surrounded by loving relatives and friends in a humane and supportive environment. We can die peacefully, perhaps with hopes of a continued journey on the other side. On the negative side, we can die alone, suffering terribly, or treated with so much pain medication that we are not able to be clear and lucid or at peace. We die as listless zombies. We can die, and increasingly in the modern world of advancing medical technology, in sterile institutional environments. So there's a lot of interesting discussion now. Maybe you've read Atul Gawande's book on being mortal, or Sherwin Newland's book, How We Die, and other MDs who are taking a look at our practices of keeping people alive in hospitals for extended period of time in sterile context, and they're wondering whether this is really what we should want. Okay, so interpreted NDEs are real in the sense that they are accurate portrayals of the possibilities, both attractive and repellent, of dying. Possibilities that are really present in our world. In some NDEs, there is indeed a portrayal of an afterlife in an otherworldly domain, frequently containing divine or satanic beings. But these are a minority, and in any case, they also contain detailed descriptions of benevolently guided journeys toward these realms. In many cases, the NDEer does not cross the barriers. In some cases, they do. But we can interpret them as fundamentally or primarily about the journey and not the destination. We can understand them as primarily about the last phase of life. So interpreted, they are real. In Eben Alexander's memorable term, ultra-real. And so interpreted, we can see that there are no logical gaps or mistakes in construing their contents as accurate. Okay, I think there are logical mistakes and gaps going from the evidence, the reported experiences, to the claim that supernaturalism obtains. There are gaps there, significant gaps. But there aren't, I don't think, in arguing that the experiences point to or indicate or reveal possibilities for dying, good or bad. The negative ones, the 10% of the negative ones are the bad ones. So, on this interpretation, NDEs can be part of a two-pronged naturalist strategy for reducing, but not eliminating, death anxiety. So, it's a kind of terror management strategy. There's a famous theory propounded originally by Ernest Becker in his book, The Denial of Death, to the effect that just about everything we do is based on managing our terror of death. And so it's something that would be good to have some kind of naturalistic terror management strategy. The first step is to recognize that dying need not be sterile or painful, and it can't even be beautiful. There's a whole movement of kind of more green burials and alternative funeral practices where sometimes the body is at home. It's kind of like home births or natural births, and birth and death being bookends. There's this whole movement now for more natural funerary or memorial practices. Death doesn't have to be sterile in an institution, or painful. It can even be ecstatic and beautiful. Matter of fact, many people report right at the end a kind of ecstasy. So we should not fear dying. We need not fear dying. Now, of course, it can involve pain, but we do have good pain management techniques. So we shouldn't at least fear it too much, let me put it that way. And the second prong is to keep in mind what Epicurus emphasized: we will not be there to suffer after we have died. So dying itself need not be something we fear. And then the status of being dead need not be something we fear, because we're not going to be there at all. We will not be there to suffer. Okay. These points give us some reason not to dread death. Maybe if you get anything from this lecture, you could think about, hey, maybe I incorporate this into my own attitudes about death. I mean, dying doesn't have to do that, and the status of being dead won't involve any suffering. But still, we won't be there when we are dead. And this in itself can be frightening. So in other words, yeah, it offers some consolation or some comfort, but it can be scary to think that you won't be there at all. And I don't know what I think about that. I mean, I'm not sure whether it should be frightening. Should it be frightening that we won't be there, because we won't be suffering at all? I took a walk with a couple of students, Nathan and Daniel, and Nathan said, yeah, lights out. So that's the idea, lights out. When you're dead, you're not there, lights are out. How could it really be something you should fear? Now, maybe it's a bad thing, okay. Maybe it's a bad thing that you died prematurely. But being bad is different from something that's rational to fear. And it's really not, I can't really decide one way or the other, but it doesn't seem right to say you fear a situation in which the lights are out and you're not there at all. So anyway, that offers a little bit of progress. And even if we can't totally eliminate death anxiety, maybe we could reduce it a little bit. And maybe the correct attitude is a kind of ambivalence, or holding in your mind two thoughts that aren't really compatible but seem equally kind of real. That death is something that shouldn't be feared, but then it might be scary as well. So, okay. So really, I promise you just 3 more paragraphs. Almost everyone interprets NDEs as being about the afterlife, giving the NDEers a glimpse of an otherworldly realm and showing that heaven is for real. So understood, there are logical difficulties. The NDE evidence, the other plausible ancillary principles don't even come close to establishing either of supernaturalism's 2 central components: dualism about the mind and the real existence of a domain outside our physical space. At least that's my view, respectfully. They don't establish supernaturalism. But it would be unfortunate if so many sincere, thoughtful people were hopelessly wrong. This is not a charitable interpretation. Better, or at least nicer, to find an interpretation according to which they are largely right. I have given such an interpretation, a naturalistic interpretation on which NDEs are real. NDEs really have experiences and their contents are true. I might end by suggesting that we can add an element to this naturalistic interpretation. We can stick with the interpretation I've sketched, according to which the primary content is about possibilities for dying. But we can add in that they often offer at least a hope of a desirable afterlife. Again, this would not undermine their veracity. It's not unreasonable to hope, especially as our world is, or at least can be, a vale of tears. Many human beings throughout history have yearned for an afterlife in which eternal peace is attained and justice is victorious. Near-death experiences offer this hope. And before I end, I wanted to read you just a short passage from Job, from the book of Job, and it's the speech that God gives from the whirlwind. You know, Job is complaining, I have all these afflictions and plagues. What did I do to deserve this? God, you know, what's up? And God replies from the world, or an unnamed individual replies from the whirlwind. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful passage. Have you ever commanded morning? He's talking to Job and saying, basically, who are you to question this? Have you ever commanded morning or guided dawn to its place, to hold the corners of the sky and shake off the last few stars? All things are touched with color. The whole world is changed. Have you walked through the depths of the ocean or dived to the floor of the sea? Have you stood at the gates of doom or looked through the gates of death? Have you seen to the edge of the universe? Speak up if you have such knowledge. The idea being, a near-death experience is like being at the edge of the universe. It's like peering through the gates of death. And maybe one of the reasons they're so awesome is that it's like we're given this godlike power. Maybe we can't go through the gate, but we can peer through and then return. Maybe I'll stop there. Okay. Okay. Thank you. How should I can get? Oh, you want to answer, or do you want? I mean, do you answer? Do you want to? Do you want to take the question? I can do it. I think I can do it. All right. So anybody? All right. In the back. Yes. Yes. The young woman. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. There are, how to put this, I'm not sure I fully heard the question, but a lot of people who have the near-death experiences are religious, but not all of them are. And a lot of people who have them and make some sort of natural conclusion, they are either antecedently religious or they might be skeptical, but maybe they are open to religion. So Eben Alexander, the neurosurgeon, said that he grew up in a religious family, but it never kind of took for him. He was always skeptical. But what's interesting is in his book, he talks about yearning. He wishes that he could accept the Christian religion in which he grew up. So that would be, it's interesting because then he has his experience and his wish comes true. There are, of course, atheists who have near-death experiences, and I think some of them do convert to some sort of religion and others don't. There's a famous atheist philosopher, A.J. Ayer, who did have a near-death experience, and it presented an afterlife. And I guess afterwards he said he still doesn't believe in the afterlife, but he's not so sure. Okay? Yeah, I think, well, what I have noted, there are some people who, so one reason why Eben Alexander's book has been influential, people are interested in it, is he presents himself as a skeptic and a scientist, as rigorous. And so even he had this experience. But there are many books written by people who are Christian, let's say, antecedently. And so it's, I don't know if you want to take those quite as seriously, but maybe you do. But there's a woman named Mary Neal who has had a number of near-death experiences. She is a Christian. She believed even before that she could communicate with Jesus and so forth. And so the fact that she believed she went to heaven and back and learned lessons from heaven, I don't know how much credence you want to give it, but she was a neuroscientist as well. Okay. Okay, lots of questions. Let me try and get students first, though. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, wait, before we go on. 100, let's see, were you asking, could someone have a number of states of consciousness that they're not necessarily aware of? Right. You tap into something that's we might call subconscious. See, I don't know what I'd call that consciousness, the consciousness or conscious states usually mean states that you are aware of. And then subconscious or unconscious states are maybe real, but you're not aware of them. You don't have experiential access to them. So I definitely think that you can have states of your mind that you're not aware of, or they're subconscious or they're unconscious. I believe that's right. And maybe near-death experiences kind of tap into those and bring them out. I agree, that's possible. Now, of course, we haven't gotten to supernatural, but yeah, okay. Thank you. To a unified what? Right. I see. Yes. Well, I, from what I understand, and Michael Pollan in his book How to Change Your Mind has an extended discussion of the research that seems to show that trees communicate in a certain way. They communicate in this way, and you call it a kind of consciousness. It's a little different. I don't know if it's experiential or if there's something it's like. I doubt it. There's something it's like to be a tree. There's something it's like to be you and something like to be me. Something it's like to be a dog. So, according to Thomas Nagel, there's something it's like to be a bat. We don't have access to that. We don't have access to the trees' inner states, but I doubt that they have inner states. But they do in some way communicate. And be a kind of awareness. If you think of awareness, there's a kind of awareness that's a sensing of a cue or some perturbation in our environment. And that perturbation registers on us, even if we're not aware of that. So that, I mean, even if we're not consciously aware. So I agree, there can be all that. And maybe near-death experiences tap into the subconscious or unconscious states. And maybe these other, like prayer and meditation and the use of psychedelic substances, maybe there are different ways of tapping in. Yeah, that's possible. It doesn't get you to supernatural, but it's just a more nuanced way of describing us. Good, thank you. And by the way, LSD, Oliver Sacks in his book, Hallucinations, talks about a report, a young man reported an experience on an LSD trip. And it's just like a near-death experience. Just like, it's a fascinating, I commend this report to you. And by the way, I just want to say, we call these experiences trips, right? So, our voyages, it might be, okay, yes, is it Brandon?
So since we all have that experience, I guess the video when you were
yeah. No, the question will be, can I have some more morphine? No, I don't. No, I haven't thought of that. You remember, I'm the director of the Immortality Project, and so I want to be immortal. No, what I have begun to do, because believe it or not, I'm probably not young anymore. I've begun to think about, and some of my friends have died, you know. I've begun to think about it. I guess I was kind of somewhat neurotically preoccupied anyway for all my life. But I used to think, this is going to be terrible. I'm going to be in horrible pain. And maybe I could be given pain medication, but then I won't be really clear and lucid. But now I'm coming to realize that there are ways of controlling pain compatibly with still being lucid. at least much of the time. And you can die surrounded by loved ones and companions, and you can have a chance to reflect on your life as a whole and bring it together and achieve a kind of peace. And there are these interesting projects. By the way, has anyone seen a recent documentary called Endgame? Endgame. Oh, I highly recommend it. It's maybe it's HBO or Netflix or one of those. And it talks about the Zen hospice project associated with UC San Francisco Medical School, their end of life and palliative care department. And they have this house that is called the Zen hospice, and people go and they die there, but it's a house, and it's they have all sorts of meditation and prayer, and they have people come and give massages, and they're very loving, and it's a very humane way of dying. So I don't think we have to die in some hospital room on a respirator where our family visits us for a while, but after the months they don't anymore. And so I'm having a different view about dying. And then I also, I think, well, is it really right to fear a state when I don't exist at all? I agree that premature death can be a bad thing. I believe that. It can block our projects, it can thwart it can prevent us from pursuing things we care about, and it can deprive us of experiences that we otherwise would have. So it's a bad thing. But should I fear it? I don't think so. So I'm changing my attitude. I hope that I'll be more at peace. I don't know that I've thought about questions to ask. I'd like to somehow work up to the last minutes by being at peace and figuring things out, figuring out my life, or making sense of it. Not necessarily thinking that it all fits together in a cohesive way. Anyway, I've changed my attitude and my way of picturing that period in my life. And I want to continue to do that. Anyway, thank you for the question. Okay, yes, in the back. Well, thank you. I'll have to think about that more. I haven't made that connection. It's definitely in a near-death experience, the individual is seeing or having the experience as if she or he is seeing deceased loved ones, communicating with them, religious figures. They present themselves as real and lucid and so. In that way, it's similar to a psychotic who's seeing things as it were. But it would be interesting. Now, of course, I don't want to leave it there, and I appreciate your suggestion. It's not as though everyone who's had a near-death experience is having a psychotic episode. It's a certain episode that's similar to psychosis, but very different. Anyway, thank you. I'll think about it more. Yes.
A two-part question. I'm not a philosopher, so I'm a little confused about technology. I think it's between non-materialism and supernaturalism.
Well, they're very closely related. I'd say non-materialism just, is a denial that the world as we know it is just physical. What they'll say is, world as we know it includes our mind and our mental states. And a materialist would say, those are just states of the brain, and all there is physical stuff. A non-materialist might say, no, the mind is at least partly immaterial. It's a soul, where there are non-physical properties of the brain. But that falls short of supernaturalism in the sense that you might still not believe in an afterlife. It's just the denial of materialism. So that view doesn't necessarily imply that there is an afterlife.
I asked it. I realize that the issue was the Bible, but I've read the work of and
yeah. Right.
Very, very meticulously eliminating most possible explanations, other explanations.
Right.
And so that they critique a purely materialist view of
Right.
without necessarily being spiritualist.
Right.
Do you accept their work as hard for thought?
I accept their work as serious and thoughtful. They are, it was interesting, they were at the University of Virginia, the same place that Bruce Grayson is, who's now still writing about NDEs, and they have a whole interest in paranormal phenomena there. And Stevenson and Tucker there, rigorous, thoughtful work. But I myself don't accept their conclusions. I mean, I agree that you should look at these cases carefully. But in our book, you can get it at the library, or you can buy it used, so I'm not trying to sell that book. But in the book that I wrote about NDEs with my postdoc Ben, we talk at length about that, the James Leininger case that they talk about, the past life case, one of the most famous, where this young boy he was 5 when he started talking about his past life as we held that he was a fighter pilot in a past life. And the amazing thing, what he did, he lost all these details of firefights and battles in war, and details that seemed only to be possible to know if you were there. But then people looked at it more carefully, and it turns out that when he was 3, his parents took him to an air museum, and there was a display, and they read to him the display out loud with many of these details. And then when they went home, presumably they talked about it. And he was a very smart 3-year-old, and a smart 3-year-old can pick up stuff. And then maybe later, though he couldn't articulate that, later he was able to kind of articulate some of the stuff. But it turns out when you look at the case carefully, the prior life hypothesis is not the only one. And my view, and this is just a prejudice, or at least a predisposition, or say an inclination, that whenever you have a story that purports to be a story of prior lives, there should be some non-prior life naturalistic explanation that you can find. But I admit that I don't have them in all the cases, and I admit that Stevenson and Tucker were meticulous and thoughtful. But I mean, I think they had hundreds of cases, but I mean, how many thousands and maybe millions of cases of very sincere people could you find who think they've been healed by faith healers? I mean, how many? Doesn't matter. It doesn't make it true, in my view. Okay. All right. So, yes. How would it work? They definitely, in my view, they definitely had these experiences, like a dream. People definitely have dreams with content. I think they had these experiences while they were not wakefully conscious. You could say they were conscious, but not wakefully conscious. And so they have memories, or quasi-memories, well, I mean, memories as of having done these things. It's just that the memories, or the apparent memories, sometimes in philosophy we call them quasi-memories, where it seems like it was, it happened, and that's the way it presents itself to you in the past. But they're not true. So, I mean, were you saying that it could be a kind of contagion, or I wasn't sure. Oh, yeah, yeah, good. I don't think it's contagion. I think it would be hard to establish that. But what you said about suggestibility is really important, because people invoke the idea that children all over the world, and children have NDEs where they report content that's similar, you know. But the problem is the kids, the young kids, are not telling the stories. The parents are telling the stories, or adults are telling the stories. And sometimes they'll bring in psychologists. They did in the Leininger case. They'll bring in child psychologists. But the way they ask the questions is crucial. You know, it's like any poll, you know, how you ask the question. And kids are very suggestible. And so they pick up that their questioner wants them to believe this. Like Colton Burpo's father, Todd, was a minister. And of course, a young kid wants to please their parent. And so I agree, there's a kind of suggestibility that may well play a role in some of these reports. And it might well be, you might be right that if a number of people with whom you're familiar report this, it's maybe not contagion, but it may make it more likely that you will report it. I can't though, I mean, I think there's something even more rooted in biology than just contagion. I think it has to do, you know, the default mode network kind of governs and constrains us in a lot of ways. And when that's taken offline, it kind of frees us up. And I think something like that is happening in spiritual experiences in general. Again, I'm not a scientist, but it's a plausible hypothesis. And maybe this is going on in near-death experiences. But let me also say, the way we conceptualize these raw experiences is, to some extent, dependent on our culture and our compatriots. So here's an example. It comes from Bruce Grayson from Virginia. In Western cultures, just about every Western culture, you know, we have this trope. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. No matter how bad it is, no matter how scary the situation, there's always light at the end of it. So we tend to report in the near-death experience a light at the end of the tunnel, or in a black area, and we travel toward the light. But in Japan, they don't have that trope, but they have the idea that it would be comforting in old age as you approach death to purchase a plot of land and to attend a rock garden with loved ones, you know. And in Japan, in their near-death experiences, they often report that. So the idea is there are certain similarities, but also specifics are different depending on culture and suggestibility. So also the religious figures are different. In India, they're Hindu religious figures. In Western cultures, it's often Christian religious figures. So there are important differences, but at some level they are similar. There's usually an out-of-body experience. There's often a life review. There's this guidance by a mentor or a trusted loved one, maybe a family figure or a religious figure. Now, the specifics are different, but there are these similarities, which is interesting. And I think they're rooted in something. Anyway, good. Yes. Okay, so I'm not sure I heard it, but is this the question that there'd be a big incentive for a serious believer in a certain religion, let's say some version of Christianity, serious incentive for that person not to report something incompatible with the church's teaching? Is that what you were saying? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think if someone who's a sincere Christian, let's say, comes back and he said, in my experience, I saw Jesus and Satan, and they were playing poker together, or whatever, you know, something really horrible. If he saw that, you know, I don't know what to say. He shouldn't report it, probably. But I don't know. I think the truth behind your question is what we we have antecedent beliefs and acculturation, and they're going to shape the way we describe our experiences. They're not all there is to the experience. So, for instance, you see there's a flash of light, and maybe in Japan, nobody notices it. It's a flash of light. But maybe in our culture, we say, it's a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's because of a difference in the culture. So there's I don't know how to put it, a pressure. Now, negative NDEs, I should just mention, they're about 10% of the reports are negative. But we think maybe they're underreporting because if you come back and say, I had this experience of descending, I was being guided by Satan down, and I saw suffering, and I kept going down toward darkness and away from light. You know, someone's going to think, hey, maybe you're not a very nice guy, or maybe, you know, you've done something to deserve this, and so there's an incentive not to report that. Maybe it's like if you're, I don't know, you know how it is with pollsters, they'll ask some questions that people are uncomfortable admitting their real views, you know, like, well, I won't give any example, but, you know, that's the kind of thing. So, anyway, I'll just leave it. But there's a famous, I would recommend to you, you could Google this. There's a famous, a Buddhist monk reported, let's see, he reported a near-death experience in which the Buddha was in hell. And it was because he didn't accept Christian teachings. And Jesus spoke, the Buddhist monk who reported this had converted to Christianity. But it was later debunked, the whole thing. And there's a book on this by Nancy Evans Wood. She tends to specialize in negative near-death experiences, and her book is called The Buddha in Hell. And it's very interesting, but it's one of these things like Alex Malarkey, where people report these things that aren't sincere. So there is some of them, but there's also the negative. Okay, I'm sorry, that might be too much information. Yeah. Yeah, good. Very good question. And I have my own view on this. I don't know whether it's right, but I think near-death experiences are, the basic content is a journey that's guided by a trusted mentor, someone more experienced and who has your interests in mind. Put someone reductionistically, it's a fiduciary. It's someone who cares about you and your interests, and you defer to. Might be a religious figure, might be a parent. That's the kind of core story, and it often leads to significant transformations. And I think negative and positive ones are the same, are similar at a certain abstract level, because the negative ones tend to be journeys. This time it's downward rather than up. It's away from the light, but it's a journey that's guided by some kind of mentor. Why is it a mentor and why is it benevolent? The individual is not, is trying to show you what could happen to you if you don't change your ways. Basically, it's giving you lessons, you know. This suffering could happen to you. So in a sense, the individual is benevolent. It's tough love, you could say, but benevolent. And the transformation does sometimes occur, right? Because the person, when he or she regains wakeful consciousness, might well change as a result of this. And one of the scientists who we supported in the Immortality Project, an Israeli psychiatrist and neuroscientist named Shahar Arzi, he studied the light review. That was his thing. Like, how can this occur? I mean, it's kind of fascinating. Where is it stored in the brain? And how does it occur? And one thing he did, he interviewed a number of patients, and one that stuck out in his mind said, when I had my life review, I saw that I had really badly mistreated certain people, in particular some former woman friends. And he said it really changed him, and he was enlightened. So I think that's a model of how it can be transformative in a positive way. But I agree that the ultimate serenity that might come would be mediated by deep anxiety, because you say, unless I change, something really this bad is going to happen. It's a little, but good question. I think the negative ones are understudied. But again, it might be because they're underreported. Who wants to admit, you know, I had this negative near-death experience? Yes. Yeah. Good. So I should emphasize, again, not only am I not a scientist, but I am not a real expert at all of the research on near-death experiences. I started studying them when I got the grant, which was in 2012. So I've done a lot of reading, but not everything. So I honestly don't know if there's been a study of people who've done Like when after they've had their near-death experience, they've done beautiful art or, nothing. What I do know is they do, I don't know if I would use the word sublime, but I don't have any problem with that, but they record it as beautiful. The realm is beautiful, it's peaceful, it's accepting. You are loved. And it's a beautiful, peaceful realm. And then the transformations are often being more pro-social, being less worried about death. But I don't know if people become more creative. It's a good question. You should get a grant and study that. I also think someone should study, because I don't know that they have, whether, like, you can identify factors that predispose you toward having a negative one. Like, are people who are chronically depressed or anxious, are they more likely to have a negative one? Are people who are in a fire and brimstone kind of religious church, are they more likely to have a negative one? Or, what? I don't really know the answer to that. Yes? They all have what? Of the spiritual experience, yeah. Right. Yeah.
Real quick. You get that by a friend or something working there, or friends with
Good questions. And it raises so many issues. One thing is, let me just say, these people claim, and Eben Alexander is a good example, and others, they claim because they're neuroscientists and neurosurgeons, they've been trained well enough to know that their brain was offline. Their brain, of course, still minimally functioning to support the housekeeping chores of the body, but not enough to support consciousness. They're saying the experience had to happen during that time. But one point that others have made, and I want to emphasize this, we really don't know when the NDE occurs. We don't know that it occurs when the brain is offline. So, for instance, with a dream, we know from studying the brain that it often occurs just as you're waking up, as your brain is ramping up to be conscious. And it might seem, the content presents a longer period of time. It might seem to you that you're dreaming about events that took place a while ago, but the experience itself is taking place as you're about to wake up. That might be happening in an NDE. It might be that, the brain is offline for a while, but now it's ramping up. And as it's ramping up, you have this experience. And it seems like you had it for a long time, but you didn't. That's a possibility, and these people can't rule it out. Some of the arguments are, well, they say proof of heaven. Heaven is real. You have to accept supernaturalism based on these phenomena. Now, one, at least interesting, but minimal task that you could have to show, no, you don't have to. There's an alternative. Another more robust task would be to say, well, not only is there an alternative, but the alternative explanation is the best explanation. That's a more robust conclusion. Okay, but I just want to say we don't really know. I guess we would have, one of the problems is, let's say you could find an area of the brain that lights up when someone's having a dream and having experiences in a dream. And then you found a similar part lighting up when after someone wakes up and says, I had a near-death experience, and we could look and see that there was something. But one of the problems knows is most people who have near-death experiences aren't already hooked up to a machine, or, you know, we can't run to the outside and hook up an fMRI or something, you know. So that's one of the problems. But I just want to say, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I know you wanted to follow. Right, right. Right. Well, let me. Okay, you're raising a bunch of. Try and put my mind around some of them. Yes, when people talk about OBEs, out of body experience, they talk about floating or seeing their body on the operating table from above. They have an experience as of floating above the body. But now, is it really true that they're floating above the body? That's a separate question. So they have this experience. Many people, again, don't make that distinction. They point out, lots of people have out-of-body experiences, so they must be real, and that must show that our mind is not our brain. But it doesn't show that at all. It seems as if I'm floating above my body. But I might not be. I mean, now, there's a study that also we supported where this physician is putting computers, monitors in rooms in a cardiac intensive care ward, so people come in having had a heart attack or a cardiac event and they're unconscious, and the screen is not visible physically from the bed, and then a number is flashed or a number of numbers randomly, and then when the individual gets up, recovers, not all do, but we hope that they do, they're asked, did you see a number, or they, you know, did they volunteer? Oh, I saw the number 17. That would be at least some evidence that you could float above your body because you can't physically see it. It wouldn't be decisive evidence because someone like me, I'm always going to be skeptical. Did the nurse tell him? And Sam Parney, who is doing this research, told me that they have to be super careful to double, triple blind these because when they first did this in Southampton and the UK, the nurses were so desperate to have this come out true that they told the patients, by the way, the number might have been 17. So you have to be really careful. But yeah, right. So one problem with supernaturalism and one problem with the view that we're literally floating above our consciousness and our perspective is not that of our body and brain, is that when you go back, somehow your soul that flew around has to communicate with your brain. How does that happen? You know, that's a real mystery. It's the traditional mystery of philosophy of mind about mind-body interaction. How can something physical interact causally with something non-physical? It seems to be a mystery. Is it a mystery that should cause you to totally not take seriously the hypothesis? No, I don't think so, because I think we should take seriously the hypothesis that there's a God that's non-physical and that can interact with the physical world and perform miracles and so on. It's a mystery. If God is non-physical, is not in space and time, how can such an entity causally interact? But I don't think I would just say it's a big mystery and it's a big challenge. Okay, yes. 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 Yeah. Well, I think, so the way I understand it, and Chalmers is a very sophisticated contemporary philosopher of mind, and he defends something he calls dualism, but it's not a soul that's separate from the body. That's not it. It's just this somewhat complicated, subtle view that the brain has non-physical elements or aspects that emerge in some way from the physical one. And he doesn't believe in an afterlife. So it doesn't follow from non-physicalism or dualism that you believe in an afterlife. And this is a mistake that almost all of these people like Sam Parnia and Eben Alexander and Pimp, they all trundle out David Chalmers. David Chalmers is a sophisticated contemporary philosopher of mind, and he believes in dualism, therefore, got to take this seriously. Well, but maybe not the afterlife. Though I don't think we can rule it out. But so, having said all that, the hard problem is the problem of explaining how the subjective, qualitative mental states can be physical or can arise from something truly physical. So when you put your hand on a hot stove, it feels like something, pleasures, pains. There are a lot of mental states that have qualitative content. The hard problem is so the easier problem is to explain how certain mental states could be physical, but those are not mental states that have this what it's like character. So I think that's a really interesting and difficult problem, and I don't know if it is scientific or what. Maybe, like I say, maybe if you studied in the future, because our scans are getting better and stuff, if you study people who put their hands on, you don't want it. I guess it wouldn't pass the human subject ethics committee, but if somehow we could correlate activity in the brain with feeling somehow, maybe you could make progress scientifically, but even then it would just be a correlation. And of course, a dualist might say, well, those physical processes open the door to the soul or something, I think the answer from me is that's a really hard problem. That's deeply troubling for many physicalists. It's motivated some people to give up physicalism. But I do agree with Thomas Nagel that, well, how does dualism help exactly? How could it feel like something to be a soul? Or, how could the soul have aspects that feel like something? Okay, so we might have time. Let's say one more question. Yes. Or is that right? One more, and then I'll be here in case. Okay.
Are there any Japanese beings of light on that rock
I'm sure there are examples of things that wouldn't be expected. I don't know is the honest answer, the simple answer. I'm not aware. I mean, there's not been a discussion. I think if there were a discussion of that, I would have come across it. Maybe not. I'm sure there are anomalies. It's like I say, it's a family resemblance notion or syndrome. So everyone's going to have some of those elements, but some might have few, and they might have other things. Whether you call it then a near-death experience or not, it's unclear. But see, the way I look at it, think of other mental phenomena like depression or anxiety. There's a physical component to it, I think. Almost certainly. Your brain's functioning in a different way. There's not enough serotonin that's available or dopamine or whatever it is that people don't understand it exactly. There's something physical, I'm sure. But then that's not all there is. There's maybe issues in relationships or an attachment disorder that comes from early childhood experiences. Or there's stress, there's a loss, there's a disappointment. That interacts, you say, psychological interacts with the biological to produce these phenomena like depression and anxiety and others. Well, the near-death experiences are like that. There's something, culture shapes it, but also biology, and it's some combination of that. Now, whether there are some cases where you get an Orthodox rabbi in Jerusalem who has a near-death experience and he sees Muhammad in a good way. Yeah, I don't know if that happens. I'm sure anomalies happen and things, but yeah, how we would explain that, again, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he visited Palestine. I have a colleague, Howard Weinstein, who's a very interesting guy who's Jewish and writes about the significance of religious experiences. And he has a very close relationship with a university in Palestine, and he visits regularly. So maybe he would have a near-death experience in which some of these experiences come up. I don't know. Some of this is, I have to say, I kind of tread the line, and it's delicate, between ruminating and speculating on these issues in a way that's empirically informed, which I think is okay, and just rank speculation from my armchair, and I agree, that's not a good thing. Okay, maybe I should stop there then. Yeah, thank you.
nature is interesting. Sure, mommy.
cameras, one live, one I'm just making a video because they keep shutting my videos off every time I try to make a video now. So, what's your respect? Go ahead, this is what's respect. and see you from that reflection. They can live as a hologram broadcast, standing next to you, looking at you. You think, let me hide my password. Like, they know what you're thinking. Okay, they know what you're thinking. And it's a thing I do. I start thinking of things, like the whole scenario in my head, in my mind. I'll think of things, and then like do little jingles and all kinds of stuff while I'm doing my password. Make the password the second or third layer of my thought process at the time, just to make it more difficult for them. They get it, they can see it, they can watch your screen and watch it go in, but it's just anything I can do to make it more difficult for them. But what it really is turning me into a multitask, layered thought process Jedi. Is what they're really doing. I've been dealing with this since 2014. I started dealing with hacking in 13, a little bit of broadcast up in 14. 15, it became full blown with the whole group of them. And I've been on public before. I've had so many different gang stalkers on my channel before. I know quite a few people that have access to neural monitoring, and they can just come on. As long as they can clear it with the person that has control and possession of my neural monitoring, which I'm pretty sure they bought it sometime prior to 2013. I think they bought it. They also bought my families. They were in the position to do so, and they did that. And since then, they probably made a lot of money because each gang stalker that's doing live streams on my channel is making money. That's how they make money. They do EMF broadcast live streams. They stay on mind control. They live as broadcast. They're doing all of this on the internet. They're doing all of this connected to your device. Hosting a virtual machine or modifying some sort of application on your device, giving themselves some permissions and administrative authorities, and then they're using basically they're using APIs doing like HTTP requests in the background. So could see you broadcasting photos if you knew editing. They can lay flat on you like a drawing, like a tattoo. It's not that easy to see, but you can see it, especially in certain circumstances. But they can flat on you like a drawing, right? Or it flies right up out your skin, and you stand there like a 3D hologram, jump off you and run over. Swear to God. I swear to God. This is years and years of experience dealing with these gang stalkers using the internet broadcast. They can do it. Okay? Now, all right, if I'm a gang stalker and you're a gang stalker, right? We both have access to our guns. Then you and I can decide and agree, let's connect to each other, right? And then we make that connection on these channels on the Google channel on the internet. Okay, so then from there, the way it works is I would have a monitor on you, okay, a broadcast. I would be able to keep a broadcast on your physical person. You would have one on me, okay, and that could be less invasive, you know, if it was consensual. You know, otherwise, like you start doing stuff like they do to me, attacking my body and things like, I'm turning you off, and I would never connect to you. Okay, use it on a bunch of people in some public place without getting caught. Okay, it would be the most amazing feat ever. Okay, but what you're dealing with is a satellite broadcast. You're dealing with weaponized satellites, and you have to look at it logically. You can't say this technology is evil because they're using it as a weapon. All right, because I could definitely go run over some people in my truck, and if I did it intentionally and wanted to hurt people, that would be a weaponized truck. And obviously, we all got trucks and cars, but a thing people build and control is not a weapon unless you use it as a weapon. And most things can be used as a weapon in some way if you decide to use it that way. So don't blame the technology, and don't think for a second that the technology is going away and that we're going to end up with bans on mind control technology. It's just going to get more and more, and people are going to start to be grouped into different little hives and colonies and stuff, I think, in the future. And it's going to be a revolution. The mind control revolution is definitely on the way. The fact that these guys are doing this with direct file transfer only rather than putting it on the internet. A lot of stuff that they have on the internet is hosted on their own server, where they use the Apache server. Apache CPM stuff, and then you can run it on your regular computer as a server. And then you can PHP, you can process all of that. It opens up a lot more things with the internet. You want to learn about APIs. Definitely want to learn a lot about APIs. Learn about the privacy and security protocols like SSL and HTTPS and even the more advanced ones. Because those are the things that they do, and then it's important to them, and they seem to be able to hack into almost anything. And I know they definitely have an advantage with living as a broadcast and having like a virtual machine hosted on your device, and they have some connectivity as a broadcast. They'll just be around you as a broadcast and connect. So, those things are what they do. So I can see that it's obviously something that's going to have to be important to me, whether I like it or it's my thing or whatever. It's going to have to be important because that's what they do, and I need to be able to do what they do to stop them from doing it to me. And so, it highly revolves around computer programming and network protocol and programming, and you have to learn those things. It's just part of it. And so, being a hacker is pretty simultaneous with being a gang solver. But as I said, there is some people that don't have gang solving tendencies that I'm pretty sure they have access. I know they have access. Okay, they have their own neural monitoring. A lot of people do. It's something that many people are starting to get all the time, every day. People are getting their neural monitoring. And you have to be in depth on it. You need to know how to resource it. You need to know how to program your network protocols. With script, you need to know how to write these languages, and you need to know how servers and all this different stuff works, and SQL, everything, all of it. You just got to be done with it. Your digital self is, think about it. Some of you know that you're off the grid. Well, thank you for you're off the grid because you're out the game, but they're still doing all this stuff to you. You just don't have any access to do anything about it. If you're taking yourself off the grid. So, no, I wouldn't delete my Facebook. No, I wouldn't get off of my cell phone. I'd keep all of my stuff, but I'd get on the desktop and start learning how to control everything and how to keep everything secure. And that's the main thing. They do have some advantages being as a broadcast, but overall, I think in time, maybe a year, 2, 3 at the most, maybe you could be masterful enough with programming and networks and stuff to make sure that you're not targeted and probably gain possession of your own neural monitoring. And this is something that we got to do. So, otherwise, you could be dealing with this for the rest of your life. If they can keep you enslaved and make money off you forever, they will. Some of them were very violent, even knowing that this is eventually coming out that they've been doing this. Like, I got some guys that attacked my head, my eardrum, touched me, bro. Like, penetrated into my skull. It was like my brain is being shot. Okay? I know that's not why I share this bizarre stuff. This stuff's been happening. Okay? This stuff's been happening. I've been talking about it as soon as they started talking, even before then. Okay? And I did a video this morning on how to record the artificial telepathy and some facts about it that you should keep in mind when you really have to understand that these things are signals rather than sound things. And it is a mind control thing, some form of mind control. But, a lot of the things that they do that you use inspiration. And when I came out on the internet looking for all of the answers, 6, 7 years ago, I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything that was congruent with the things that I already know. So if it was inconsistent with what I definitely already know, then I knew that it was the wrong pathway. Because I definitely, through experience, you're going to learn things better than having somebody tell you. So, but at the same time, if you're confused about things, you want to understand it better, you can definitely look in my videos. I got some playlists, the remote neural monitoring playlists, got like, 15,000 what you expect. These EMF meters, it's not going to tell you much other than when they have a broadcaster going. And that's anything over about 50 something. 45 to 50 is normal for microtesla's. The iPhones really do work the best, even over the meters. And expensive $200 meters from about Amazon. It's not going to tell you more than an EMF detector application on your iPhone. They work for us. Androids do work too. But these 100, 200, you turn it on, you don't have it here or something, that they've got a broadcaster. And that means they're watching all the things around you or something like that. And it's a live stream. And a lot of times you see it, turn it off, and we'll jump down to like 45. And I got 100 videos, probably 300, if not more, on my channel that I have. Over the years, I've had very consistent, results and very consistent diagnoses of what's happening, and I show that with the evidence that I gain, and this whole thing with me now, where I'm telling you guys to get on your network stuff and get on your get on PHP language and JavaScript and iOS with that Swift and all kinds of stuff. Learn about apps, and the worst thing got me a 6-figure job. So I'm going to spend the next few years knowing that stuff really, really well. And I think it's going to help my life in so many ways. And it's not what they want you to know. It's the last thing they want you to know. You start digging in that kind of stuff, and they're going to be looking for ways to shut you down. And I make police reports all the time when I find stuff. Cards, I don't duplicator machines for hard drives, and I'm working hard every day, and I'm trying to build something here. I'm trying to build my life up, and I'm trying to build my financial situation up because I want nice things, right? But at the same time, I want to solve these problems, and I want to get this behind me. I want to get it behind me, and I'd like to be able to help other people that are dealing with the same thing because it's been hard, and they are relentless. They are mind control junkies. They won't go away. They do this 24/7. Some of the guys on my channel have been there for 4, 5, 6, 7 years solid every day. So that's what you can expect. And, you're laying in bed, go to bed at night, and they say, oh, yeah, they start attacking your face and crawling your mouth and turning on some high-pitched horror scream, and then you can literally feel the broadcast stuff, like the sounds, the high-pitched screams, and everything else turned on a frequency. Something that's trying to drive you mad. People tell me I'm going to work. I understand. I do, man, because they put me through so much else, and they do. I'm not going to let them stop from working or from making money or from making progress on my business or coming up with great ideas and turning that into reality and trying to live out my dreams no matter what. The more you do that, the more they become scared, the more they become desperate. I just did that because I felt one of them moving around, corner of my eye right here.
Oh, maybe sleep on one. Oh, muscles. No. Oh, my head. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Get up, buddy. Ow. Ow. Oh. Ow. Ow. Oh, I'm not going to take this. Python was doing streaming, really. Oh, I knew they were hacking me. I didn't know about taxing my body. There are energy torture stream, EMF. Microwave. It's like prime chi. What was that? Just woke up in agony in my back. I knew that for sure. Seeing I got woken up with agony, not to share the weather. And what? Now woken up, he decides to play back while I'm speaking. This is meant to be the sunrise. 29th of July 2021. The barometer discloses. Right, there's a red reflection in water in Scotland above the Peninsula. It's not the natural sunrise. 4:38 AM. It's red. The clouds are covering up the comments. How many people's watching? So it isn't me that woke up, someone else. Two watching. Right, I'll end the other stream. It's been there for 5 hours, that means about it. So,